Good morning. I will call to order the March 21st, 2023 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. There are open seats here in the front, folks. And it's great to see so much of the county family all here in one place. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Lavanino.
I'm here.
Supervisor Hartman.
Here.
Supervisor Capps.
Here.
Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
And Chair Williams.
Here. This time, please stand and join the board in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next item of business is approval of the minutes from March 14th. So moved. So motion and second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? CEO's report.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. It is great to see everyone here today. For those who are watching today, the room is packed as we have a lot of retirement resolutions on. But before we get to the retirement resolutions, I have three announcements of new appointments we've made. And so I wanted to take care of that this morning. And one is announcing that the Assistant County Executive Officer, who's replacing Terry Nisich in my office, is Tanya Heitman, our former Chief Probation Officer. And I'd like Tanya to come up to the podium for a few minutes. She will be coordinating the county's Health and Human Services and Public Safety departments. This is a new restructured position that combines many of the key duties performed by Assistant CEO Terry Nisich, who's retiring at the end of this month, and a vacant position once filled by Barney Malekian. I keep on saying Chief Heitman. Assistant CEO Heitman began her career with the Probation Department in 1990 and has been the Chief Probation Officer since December 2017. So please join me in welcoming Tanya in her new position.
Chair Williams, Supervisors, thank you. Many would have predicted I'd be here for a retirement resolution instead of an introduction as Assistant CEO. But I'm very appreciative of the support that you all have provided me, and I'm excited to be joining Mona's team. I have enjoyed a lot of great relationships with department heads as well as your board over the years, and I'm hoping that that will allow me a little grace as I learn this new role. I look forward to being a part of Mona's team at the CEO's office and continuing to support your board. Thank you.
Next, Chair Williams is the successor to Tanya Heitman as the Chief Probation Officer. The Superior Court of California, County of Santa Barbara, presiding Judge Pauline Maxwell, has selected Holly Benton to succeed Tanya Heitman. And Holly, come to the podium. Ms. Benton comes into the role of the Chief Probation Officer after serving as the county's Chief Deputy Probation Officer since 2018. Prior to her time with our county, Holly worked her way up the ranks, learning every aspect of the field of probation during her 28 years of experience in San Bernardino County. Please join me in welcoming Holly as our new Chief Probation Officer.
Chair Williams, members of the board, it is very humbling to have been entrusted by the court with the responsibility of leading the probation department. Our department is over 300 skilled and dedicated officers and staff, and I'm proud to work with them, and I'm proud to serve them as their chief. I have to take a moment on my second day as chief to acknowledge and thank our outgoing chief, Tanya Heitman, for her vision, her leadership, and the insight that she brought to the department. She has 32 years of service to probation, the last 5 as chief, and she has helped to navigate some incredibly difficult challenges systemically, and also has led us through some amazingly waves of change that have come through the community corrections field. So she leaves big shoes to fill, but I am excited about the opportunities that change brings, and I'm looking forward to working with your board on the ongoing collaborative community partnerships and projects that we have going, as well as all of our priorities that your board has set. Thank you.
And Chair, last but not least, is our new General Services Director, Kurt Lagerquist. Kirk is assuming the duties from Jeanette Pell, who's retiring at the end of this month. He recently concluded a 27-year career with the United States Navy Civil Engineer Corps, where he established a proven track record of executive leadership in public project and program management. He served as the military equivalent of a public works director at both large and small Navy installations. He has a master's of Science in Civil Engineering from University of Colorado. Please welcome Kirk as our new General Services Director.
Chair Williams, supervisors, want to thank you for trusting in me to be hired into this position. I look forward to the great opportunities and serving this county, and very thankful to have turnover with Miss Jeanette Pell, and I know we'll recognize her in a few minutes, but it's been great to have that face-to-face, and look forward to building upon the legacy that she's built within General Services and continuing on. So thank you very much.
That concludes my announcements, Chair.
Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or changes to our agenda today?
Chair Williams and members of the board, I do have a few quick announcements this morning. We posted an addendum on Friday, March 17th, amending today's administrative agenda. The administrative agenda was amended to reflect the addition of Administrative Item 36 from the Fire Department and Administrative Item 37, a resolution to be presented. We respectfully request that Administrative Item 37 be presented prior to Administrative Item 34. These changes can be added to the balance of the administrative agenda. Spanish translation via Zoom is available, and Spanish translation for our YouTube channel will be uploaded after the meeting has concluded. For the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or on an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment virtually may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at 805-568-2240. That concludes my announcements for this morning.
Now let's turn to the administrative agenda. I have down as polls A3, A5, A9. Is there any other items that the board members wish to pull?
Yes, Chair Williams, A10, please.
Okay. And then is there any items that the public wishes to pull, Madam Clerk?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have a request to speak on Administrative Item 3.
Okay, well, that's pulled, so that will be convenient. I'd like a motion on the balance of the administrative agenda. That's accepting A3, A5, A9, and A10.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And then I'm going to trail these items till after the resolutions. Because we've got too many good county employees in the room. I think this is in 6 years, the most I've seen. This is like as many as the old like oil fights back in the, so this says a lot about the women and men that are being celebrated today, and it also says a lot about the strength of the county family. So that's really amazing to see. So let's start with A28.
Chair Williams and members of the board, Administrative Item 28 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps and Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution recognizing the month of March 2023 as Women's History Month in Santa Barbara County. Joining us here in person, we have members of the Women's Commission. If you'll make your way to the podium, Supervisor Capps and Supervisor Hartman will read the resolution into the record.
Okay, resolution Women's History Month in Santa Barbara County. Whereas the month of March is known as Women's History Month, and International Women's Day was on March 8th, 2023. The month and the day are a global celebration of the economic, cultural, social, and political achievements of women. This year's themes for Women's History Month is Digital, Innovation and Technology for Gender Equality. And International Women's Day is Embrace Equity, and strongly encourage us all to embody equitable practices and act on them in all aspects of life. And
Whereas the United States Census notes 49% of the county of Santa Barbara is female and call our county home. Over 1,862 women own their own businesses, while the largest demographic of people living in poverty are female, ages 18 to 24, at 18.1%. And
Whereas the County of Santa Barbara wishes to uphold the achievements, educate on the challenges, and provide more exposure to the rights of women and gender equality and equity, we envision a Santa Barbara County that is free of bias, stereotypes, and discrimination, that is diverse, equitable, and inclusive, and that empathetically celebrates and values our differences. And
whereas the County of Santa Barbara is grateful for the leaders and volunteers with the Women's Commission, whose mission is to promote the equitable and equal status and well-being of women in Santa Barbara County. And
whereas the County of Santa Barbara has a history of exceptional women who carry forth the tradition of providing support for all who live, work, play, and support our region, we thank the thousands of women leaders, community organizers, and organizations, women in STEM, who fight for justice, equity, and positive change for our county. Yet we have a long way to achieve true equity. These women are ceaseless in showing us the light and pathway for true change.
now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors declares March Women's History Month and is especially grateful to those women who serve the constituents of Santa Barbara County.
Passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County, State of California, this 21st day of March 2023, by the unanimous vote of all members present.
Allison, would you like to say something on Zoom?
Yes, thank you. I apologize for not being there. It was a lot of back and forth and a lot of decisions this morning. I'm sorry I'm not there. But I'd like to thank the supervisors for this resolution and acknowledgement of Women History Month. We've come a long way. We still have a long way to go in many respects. And I thank the board for their support and for this resolution. And I'm so sorry I can't be there or could not be there this morning. I miss people, darn it. But we chose the safety route. So thank you again for your support, and we'll be back soon for the service awards. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wales. Supervisor Hartman.
I'm sorry. Well, I just forgot I had my light on from our little reading, but I did want to thank Allison for her leadership, and having had a difficult drive down, I think she made the good choice.
A29.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 29 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps and Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming March 30th, 2023 as National Doctors Day. Joining us here in person, we have Dr. Coper. Please join us at the podium, and I will now read the resolution into the record. Whereas National Doctors Day, recognized by the nation on March 30th, 2023, provides an opportunity to honor physicians and medical staff who commit themselves to public service by helping to ensure the good health of their communities. Whereas the County of Santa Barbara wishes to celebrate the professional sacrifices and contributions made by doctors of Santa Barbara County, California. And whereas we honor and commend doctors, advanced practice providers, nurses, and healthcare workers for the excellent care and service offered to their patients and their patients' families, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas we highlight the devotion and dedication to excellence and high-quality patient care, despite logistical and financial challenges, public health crises, and natural disasters. And whereas we extend gratitude to our local physicians who work hard to protect the health of all residents of Santa Barbara County. And whereas we honor the talent and dedication of all physicians who continue to provide top quality care to residents of Santa Barbara County. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors declares March 30th, 2023 as National Doctors Day and is especially grateful to those who serve the constituents of Santa Barbara County, passed and adopted today.
Dr. Coper?
Thank you, supervisors, for proclaiming March 30th as National Doctors Day, and thanks to all of you who serve our great county. Never did I imagine the full and rich personal and professional life I would have here when I started at Sansom Clinic, Cottage Hospital, and the Santa Barbara County Clinic 42 years ago. We are so fortunate to have an exceptionally skilled and caring medical community, and I feel especially grateful to be a physician at Sansom Clinic for the entirety of my career. This is our clinic's 102nd year of service, and it is a privilege to care for our patients. On behalf of the 250 doctors and healthcare providers at Sansom, we are truly honored to receive this recognition. Thank you.
A30?
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 30 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Carl Thornton upon his retirement from the General Services Department after over 18 years of faithful and dedicated service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. Joining us here in person, we have Carl. If you will make your way to the podium, I will now read the resolution into the record. Whereas Carl Thornton started his career with the County of Santa Barbara in 2005 as a telecommunications chief with the Communications Division of General Services. Whereas over the years, Carl has worked and led many exciting projects, such as upgrading the phone system to a centralized system, adding 4-digit and 5-digit dialing, as well as various enhancements to the system, implementing state-mandated E911, being a disaster response worker at the EOC as logistics communications lead, upgrades to the public safety radio network, installing radio telecom and satellites to the new county EOC, and upgrades to the public safety radio network. Whereas Carl's job knowledge, experience, and leadership have contributed greatly to the overall success of the Communications Division and General Services Department. Carl is commended for his faithful and devoted services to the county's community, especially public safety first responders and mutual aid partners. Carl's gentle and pleasant demeanor will be greatly missed by his friends and associates throughout the county. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors honors and commends Carl Thornton for his 18 years of exemplary service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County and employees of the General Services Department, passed and adopted today.
Chair Williams, members of the board, it's delightful to be here today to honor Carl. And because he's leaving us and he has all these really important projects to finish, I thought I'd retire too. So, so I understand that Carl's going to do a lot of fishing, and he has offered to teach me how to fish. So I wish him the best, and I'd like to turn it over to Chris.
Thank you, Jeanette. I just want to add a few things. Carl has served the county for 36 years. He has done a remarkable job, and he's well regarded and well respected by everyone here at the county. You leave big shoes to fill, and we're going to miss you, Carl.
I would just like to say it's been an honor and a privilege to work for the county for so long, and I just wish you guys all the best going forward.
A31.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 31 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Eric Schneider upon his retirement from the Planning and Development Department after over 22 years of faithful and dedicated service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. Joining us here in person, we have Eric. If you will make your way to the podium, I will now read the resolution into the record. Whereas Eric Snyder's commitment to public service began with his enlistment in the Army in 1970, where he honorably served in the Vietnam War as a helicopter crew chief with the 4th Aviation Company, 4th Infantry Division, from 1971 to 1972. His service was followed by a 50-year career in the construction industry. Eric began his 22-year career in the Building and Safety Division in 2000 as a building permit technician and worked his way up to senior building engineer inspector, and has dedicated himself to providing inspection services to tens of thousands of construction projects throughout the Santa Barbara County and driving more than 500,000 miles without an accident. Eric has also worked tirelessly as a team leader on inspection teams that conducted safety inspections in the wake of several natural disasters in Santa Barbara County, including the Gap Fire, T Fire, Jesucita Fire, and the Thomas Fire. Eric also led teams that conducted safety inspections of more than 600 structures in the wake of the January 9th, 2018 debris flows. With his retirement, Eric's attention to detail, encyclopedic knowledge of the building code, and commitment throughout his inspections will be a great loss to the department, although some local contractors may not share in this loss.
Hear, hear.
Whereas Eric Snyder, who is well known for his compassionate professionalism, sound judgment, wise counsel, exceptional dedication, and exemplary service, has decided to retire and work on his golf game and enjoy the passage of time with his wife Shirley. Now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County does hereby acknowledge Eric Schneider for his long-time commitment to the citizens of Santa Barbara County, passed and adopted today.
I'm a little embarrassed. So, wow, this became a thing. Hello, everyone. My name is Eric Snyder, Senior Building Inspector in Santa Barbara County. First of all, I would like to thank the Board of Supervisors for adding this presentation to a very busy calendar. I am surprised and honored. I would also like to thank my coworkers, friends, family, and contractors for joining us here today. 2 of my family members traveled all the way from Washington State just to be here. Lauren and Dane, we ordered special the rain for you so you would feel at home. Thanks for coming. I cannot possibly summarize the last 22 years in a 5-minute speech. That's a story for another day. What I can tell you about is the extraordinary group of people that I work with. These talented and dedicated teammates work in planning and development, and they are largely responsible for the accolades and acknowledgments presented here today. There's an old adage that says it takes a village, and because of that, I would like to accept and share today's resolution with all of my P&D teammates. Like many of you, I have passions in my life, my wife, my family, and my career, to name a few. And when it comes to work, doing something you love is not really work. When I came to Santa Barbara County, I just knew that I found a place that felt right. This place was where I was supposed to be, and I was doing what I was meant to be doing. The job has not always been easy, and there have been significant challenges along the way. Some of those challenges brought me close to my physical and mental limits, but I always knew I could count on my teammates to pull me through. Was the work always easy? It was not. Was it worth the cost? Without question. In closing, I would like to say it has been my honor to work beside all of you here. Truth be told, the last 22 years have been some of the finest years of my entire life, and it's mostly because of the people I call my teammates. I will miss this place, I will miss the work, and I will surely miss all of you. Thank you.
So I'm lucky I made it in the elevator. Jeanette, thank you. Eric, I just wanted to say that we are so grateful for the service that you've given the department. He always has a smile. He always has a calm demeanor. It doesn't matter if there's an emergency going on or it's a regular day. He has been a truly dedicated employee to the department, and he's done an exceptional job. And I think I'd like to see a raise of hands for the people, the contractors that are here that are to support Eric. That tells you something right there. He has been an amazing employee, and we really wish you well. And there's huge shoes to be filled with your position, and we will really greatly miss you. And I know that Kevin Green would like to say a few words for you too. No, oh, he's done. Okay, no, yeah. But just congratulations. We really wish you well.
A32.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 32 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Leslie Ellen Wells upon her retirement from the Public Works Department after over 28 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. Joining us here in person, we have Leslie Ann Wells. Please make your way to the podium and I will read the resolution into the record. Whereas Leslie
Please proceed.
Whereas Leslie Wells began employment with the Santa Barbara County Public Works Department in the Solid Waste and Utilities Division, now called the Resource Recovery and Waste Management Division, as extra help in May 1995 and became a regular employee in August 1995 as a Solid Waste Program Specialist. And whereas, upon promotion to Solid Waste Program Manager, now Program Business Leader General, she implemented a franchise solid waste collection system and developed several innovative waste reduction programs, including the residential green waste collection program and mandatory commercial recycling program. And whereas, due to her high level of competency and experience, Leslie promoted to deputy director in November 2018. As deputy director, Leslie was instrumental in the procurement of $149 million in bond funding to develop the construction of the Tahiguas Resource Center, which diverts recyclable and salvageable organic material from the landfill in compliance with California State Senate Bill 1383. And whereas Leslie is respected by her staff, county leadership, local agency partners, community members, and all whom she comes into contact with. And whereas Leslie's 28 years of commitment, knowledge, mentoring, and experience, as well as her killer enchiladas and other delicious dishes that she frequently shares with her colleagues during office potlucks, will be greatly missed. Now, therefore, be it ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors recognizes and thanks Leslie Ann Wells for her 28 years of public service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County and wishes her the best in her well-deserved retirement, passed and adopted today.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and board members, and as the clerk read, we're all here this morning to honor Leslie Wells on behalf of the County of Santa Barbara, the Public Works Department, and the Resource Recovery and Waste Management Division that she led, and for her 28 years of dedicated public service. And as you heard in the resolution, Leslie has been instrumental throughout her career with the Resource Recovery Division on setting the vision and achieving that division's goals for almost 3 decades. So that's pretty incredible. Thanks to Leslie's creativity and skill set, she and her team have developed recycling programs and public information campaigns across this county, and it's allowed the community to divert over 70% of their municipal solid waste. So that's pretty incredible in this time frame. That same creativity is what Leslie and her team used to develop and construct the Resource Center, the largest construction project in the county's history, When that project is fully online, it's projected to divert over 85% of our municipal solid waste. So that's pretty incredible. Leslie has been committed to providing residents and businesses with cost-effective, innovative, and environmentally sound solutions to manage our solid waste throughout her career. And she takes a tremendous amount of pride in continually striving to improve our services and responsiveness to the needs of the community we serve every day for the last 28 years. Leslie's overall value in all areas of solid waste have proven unmatched in the last 28 years. And personally, I'm extremely thankful that she accepted the offer to be part of the Public Works executive leadership team. She's quite a teammate, she's quite a leader, and we're truly going to miss her in Public Works. And I wish her all the best.
Good morning, Chair Williams, members of the board. I apologize, I tend to be a bit more on the verbose side and not quite as quick as my colleague Carl Thornton, but I'll try and rip through this one. Thank you. I am very, very honored to receive this resolution this morning. I feel forever grateful to have had the opportunity with the county to pursue a career that merged my strong beliefs in environmental protection with improving the quality of life in the community where I grew up and where I chose to raise my own family. This job for the last 20 years has been very challenging and motivating. New issues constantly crop up that require new solutions. Reality, which actually makes the job a lot of fun. Not many people know that our division, including the Laguna County Sanitation District, are enterprise funds. As a result, we receive no general funds. We must be entirely financially self-sufficient. We are challenged every day to operate our facilities and programs cost-effectively and to satisfy our customers. I wanted to shed light on the team at Public Works and in the Resource Recovery Division in particular. This team is resilient. COVID required our facility supervisors and their staff to immediately pivot their operations in order to create a safe place for both our employees and members of the public, while continuing to manage our region's waste day in and day out. Sorry, I'm going to feel very passionate about this team. They are committed. In October 2021, the Alisol fire tore through our landfill and resource center within a couple of hours and continued to burn there for 2 days. Our facility was significantly impacted. Our operations, engineering, and compliance staff immediately mobilized to make the necessary improvements and build safeguards against upcoming storms to protect our infrastructure. Incredibly, we were back serving our community, receiving waste materials within 2 weeks of the fire. Additionally, working diligently with our fiscal section and risk management, we were able to receive full reimbursement for these repairs from our insurance. They are creative. The state has continually adopted new regulations to fight climate change. Our staff has embraced these new regulations and has designed and implemented a range of new programs to allow our region to not only meet but exceed organics recovery requirements. And they are persistent. Implementing large-scale projects in our community is challenging. However, our division and the greater Public Works Department has been able to design and invest in the infrastructure necessary to meet the needs of our community, as well as strict environmental regulations. I feel confident I am leaving the division in excellent hands. I would be remiss if I didn't highlight that we have accomplished these things through constant collaboration with other county departments, our partner jurisdictions, community stakeholders, regulatory agencies, and our local private companies. Without all of their contributions, many of our programs and projects could never be implemented. I want to personally thank your board and previous boards for providing the support that is necessary to pursue these important projects. I also want to thank our department director, Scott McAlpin, and my previous boss, Mark Schleick, for giving me the freedom and trust to look for new ways to do things. Lastly, I want to thank my friends and my husband of 30 years, Mark Rousseau, for being my rock and partner in raising our 2 sons and supporting me on this great journey. Thank you.
A33.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 33 is sponsored by Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Joseph M. Pisano upon his retirement from the Human Resources Department after over 24 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. Joining us here in person, we have Joseph. If you will make your way to the podium, I will now read the resolution into the record. Whereas Joseph M. Pisano, known as Joe or the Professor, was first hired as a personnel analyst beginning on September 8, 1998, and has recently announced his retirement from county service, effective March 31, 2023, after over 24 years of dedicated civil service. Joe has tackled every challenge imaginable in his long and storied career. He demonstrates that employee relations is never about winning or losing, but rather building the best relationship possible with every union representing county employees. And whereas Joe has modeled this by being honest, fair, and understanding of each union and their concerns and needs, doing the right thing as he sees it in every contact with a union. Joe has performed an exemplary manner in every negotiation, investigation, disciplinary issue, and grievance. And legend has it that the professor possesses a magic wand, not only one, but 2 magic 8 balls that he has used on countless occasions to resolve challenges believed impossible by mere mortals. And whereas, when extremely difficult issues such as the pandemic occurred, the employee relations was dealt with unprecedented changes. Joe was able to lead 10 unions to a single conclusion that worked in everyone's interest. And whereas, Joe has blessed us with quick wit and uncanny ability to express and demystify complex troubles of the human condition through classic Greek and Roman literature. And whereas Joe has been a kind and generous colleague, teacher, and mentor to countless fellow county employees who will miss him dearly when he leaves county service and find his shoes difficult to fill. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors commends Employee Relations Division's Chief Joe Pisano for his faithful and distinguished service to the County of Santa Barbara, congratulates him on his retirement, and wishes him many happy years to come, passed and adopted today.
Good morning. This is a bittersweet moment for me and the county HR team. It's impossible to find adequate words to express sufficiently the gratitude and appreciation that I and the county HR team have for Joe Pisano, an exemplary 24-year county employee, but I will try. To know Joe is to know his commitment to fostering relationships through honesty and responsiveness. Joe's diligence and dedication is evident through his work product, his collaboration and mentorship. To know Joe is to also know that his love for exceptional food, quality wine, and bourbon are unparalleled. One of Joe's significant attributes, and he does have many outstanding qualities, but the one that stands out, Joe is always a gentleman. Sir Richard Steele had Joe in mind when he wrote
The definition of gentleman is never to be affixed to life's circumstances, but to his behavior in them. And I think you all know that Joe's predisposition under any circumstance is to be calm, listen harder, and then respond with generosity and thoughtfulness. Yes, he'll also throw in some history, Greek and Roman mythology, or humor. So sometimes a historian, a professor, or comedian, but always a gentleman, a courteous and honorable man. I already miss Joe. Joe, I will miss your wise counsel. I know many of us will. You are a giant among professionals, and your retirement will leave a giant hole in the county, our department, and in our hearts. On behalf of all of us here, thank you so very much for your service, and may you and Ann have an extraordinary next chapter.
Boy, that's a hard act to follow. Chair Williams, supervisors, thank you so much for this. I'm honored, truly. I'm surprised, too, looking back at 2.5 decades almost of county service. It all seems kind of unlikely, really. I was one of those guys growing up, and even in my 20s and 30s, that didn't really know what he wanted to do when he grew up. Somehow I found my way to the county, and when I accepted an entry-level job in the Human Resources Department, it's actually the Personnel Department in 1998, I couldn't really know how closely aligned the county would prove to be in terms of the two things that I did get clarity on in terms of what I wanted to do, which was to do work that was meaningful and interesting. Boy, did I hit the jackpot, meaningful and interesting work when I came to work for the county, especially when I found my way into employee relations, where our business really is the concern for the wages, hours, and terms and conditions of employment for the county workforce. When I think about how many dedicated county workers work so hard and spend so much time at work, I can't help but think that what we do in employee relations really does have impact. And while it's been challenging at times, it's more often been rewarding and always interesting. I can't step away from the podium without thanking a few folks this morning. First, I'd like to thank the many colleagues who taught me so much and helped me so much over the years. And among that group, I include my partners on the labor side. There are lots of good folks working to do good work on that side of the table, too. I have to also single out Maria Elena and Mona. I'm so appreciative of the leadership and integrity that they brought to the intersection of their work and mine over the years. And of course, I'm extraordinarily grateful to the board for its direction and the support that enabled us to get through some difficult times and to do some things that were worth doing. Finally, I want to thank my wife, Ann, who has stood by me through lots of long work days and work weeks, and I greatly appreciate her support as well. Somehow, in the face of all that I have to be grateful for, thank you seems at once totally inadequate, but absolutely necessary. So thank you, everyone. I appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Lavanino.
Joe, when I was, first question, are we going to be open tomorrow? I'm just curious. There's nobody left. But I can't let this go by, this moment. We have 4,400 jobs out there, but there's no job that's more singular in its need for somebody that is just 100% transparent, honest, above reproach. We put our trust in you as you sit down with our employees, and they are looking at you as the face of the county as well. So you've not only lived up to that high standard, you have blown it away and set a whole new bar of excellence. So I'm worried about who's coming in after you, but I really appreciate the trust that you've built with our employees. Every time I talk to the other side, they're always saying, hey, we don't always agree with you, but we trust Joe, and we know he's being honest with us. So that's all we can ask for. Thank you for your service.
Item number 37.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 37 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Sonia Thompson upon her retirement from the County of Santa Barbara for her years of faithful and dedicated services to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. Joining us here in person, we have Sonia. If you will make your way to the podium, I'll now read the resolution into the record. Whereas Sonia Thompson began the first 2 years of her career with the County of Santa Barbara at the County Executive Office as an executive secretary, starting in July 2006. And whereas, after 6.5 years as an administrative professional working with both the County Executive Office and the County Parks Department, supporting various efforts including legislative activities and human resources. And whereas Sonia was promoted to Department Specialist 2 with the Office of Emergency Management Division in 2016, managing the division's day-to-day business, accounting, and facilities maintenance. And whereas she has administered the division's various grant programs, including the County Homeland Security Program grant and Emergency Management Performance grant, providing an estimated $6.2 million in equipment, training, plans, and resources to enhance the protection of the County of Santa Barbara's residents from domestic and international terrorism. Sonia decided to go back to college for her Bachelor's of Science in Public Sector Management, finishing in May 2020 at the California State University of Northridge as the first in her family to go to college. Sonia became an inspiration to her family, with her eldest daughter and sister graduating college and her youngest daughter completing her master's this year. And whereas Sonia has actively supported multiple EOC activities in multiple roles, including the Whittier Fire, Alamo Fire, Holiday Fire, Thomas Fire, and subsequent Montecito debris flow, Conception Boat Incident, Cave Fire, COVID-19 response, Alsol Fire, and more. And whereas Sonia has earned a happy retirement to enjoy more time with her husband, 2 daughters, and grandbaby, while she pursues her many passions as an avid boater, hiker, lover of wine, and world traveler. Now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors honors Sonia Thompson for her years of dedicated service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County and congratulates her upon her retirement, passed and adopted today.
I just wanted to briefly share, Chair and Supervisors, I didn't give Sonia a heads up on this. I kind of submitted it and she's very private and keeps to herself. I learned that she was graduating with her degree when she asked if she could do an internship project in emergency management education with our team. And so I just really wanted to recognize how much she has done for this county. I know not a lot of people will know her name, but her, not only the grants management, but she's the one in the back who's making sure every 214 for every hour of every employee who's worked every disaster in the last 6 years in OEM, and every department has turned in a appropriate form to be able to get our FEMA money back. And so she's really been the workhorse behind all of those disasters and documentation and all of our Homeland Security funding and other grant funding. And I wanted to make sure that was recognized for her service in doing that. So thank you. Do you want to say anything?
Thank you for this recognition. It's truly an honor. And I'd just like to say that over the last 16 years, I've had the opportunity to work with so many county employees, especially the last 6 at the EOC through the many disasters. And so I can honestly say I've seen firsthand, the hard work that we all put in, everybody puts in, from all the different departments, within the community. And I just want to say, I just appreciate, it's their hard work that makes it a great county, a community, and I appreciate being part of that bigger effort. So I just, thank you to Santa Barbara County for allowing me to serve the community. Thanks again.
A34.
Chair Williams and members of the board, Administrative Item 34 is sponsored by the Board of Supervisors. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Jeanette Powell upon her retirement from the General Services Department after over 6 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. Joining us in person, we have Jeanette. If you will make your way to the podium, I will now read the resolution into the record. Whereas Jeanette Powell served in the public service for the past 33 years, and for the past 6 of those as the Director of General Services for the County of Santa Barbara. And whereas Jeanette's impact can be seen in buildings and improvement projects across the county, from the renovations of the county-owned building that now houses the new Isla Vista Community Center, Fire Station 27 in Nukuyama, the Caireal Campus Master Plan, San Ynez Valley Airport improvements, Santa Maria Juvenile Hall improvements, the design of our new probation headquarters, and most notably leading the charge through design and construction of the new state-of-the-art 133,000 square foot Northern Branch Jail in Santa Maria. And whereas Jeanette helped the community go green by installing an array of solar panels at the county's Betaravia complex, implementing the electric vehicle program, spearheading the county's transition to zero-emission fleet, switching out gas-powered sedans for electric, installing charging stations across the county, and most recently expanding the program to include light-duty trucks and vans. And whereas she has led information technology to new heights, bringing county services digital, implementing DocuSign, migrating to Office 365, she was instrumental in setting up a new standalone IT department. And whereas she is praised for being a wonderful leader who saw the best in her employees, often promoting within and prioritizing employee recognition. Her leadership and support have been crucial in providing quality customer service to all county employees. Her innovative thinking also led General Services through COVID, providing county departments with logistics setting up remote work countywide while providing quality service during the pandemic. And whereas Jeanette has earned a happy retirement to enjoy more family time with her husband Mark of 44 years, her 2 rescue dogs, Sarah Lee and Stella, her son Patrick, who married Jessie and has 2 daughters, Lennox and Preston, and 2 pugs, Lola and Eleanor, and son Christopher, who is married to Kylie and has 2 sons, Camden and Atlas, and 2 Boston Terriers, Penelope and Wednesday. After retirement, Jeanette looks forward to spending more time with her 4 grandchildren, watching all of their sporting events, and working on her garden and reading. Jeanette's life is all about her family, and she plans to spend more time with all of them. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors honors Jeanette Powell for her years of dedicated services to the citizens of Santa Barbara County and congratulates her upon her retirement, passed and adopted today.
When Jeanette was at the podium earlier, she said she was pleased to be here to commemorate or to thank one of her employees. I'm feeling a little depressed today. And I'm looking at Scott and George and they're saying, Mona, what are we still doing here? But I do want to thank Jeanette, and the resolution says it all, but I want to emphasize 3 things. First of all, Jeanette has done the hard things. Matt Pontus, I know you're watching. Matt got the Northern Branch Trail to the point where we could bid it, but Jeanette is the one who had to build it. She does the right thing. Jeanette has had the right vision for us. She came in, and a couple of things that she did with the right vision said, Mona, we need a new IT department. We have to have a separate IT department. And I said, well, I'm not sure. No, we need to do that. And we moved on that. She said, we need to have a new CIO before we have a new department. So I'm not sure. Mona, that's the right thing to do, and she was right. She's helped green the fleet. She helped move us to Office 365. She's helped us be a more efficient organization. She helped create the Innovate SBC program. And she helped us all get through COVID in ways that most people don't even know, with her insight of how to adapt quickly through logistics and through our building and our electronic digital transformation. But mostly, Jeanette has done the human thing. She's calm, poised, caring. She's been supportive of all her employees. She never says a bad word about anyone. Okay, there is one person. But that person, it doesn't work for the county. And you know exactly who it is. But overall, I want to say thank you to Jeanette for your leadership and providing so much care and concern and hard work for the county. We are going to miss you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Jeanette and I have a long and checkered past. Our professional careers over the last 40 years have passed across each other about 3 times. And I will tell you that the constant of that is the professionalism that Jeanette brings to every situation. She is a no-drama zone. She sees an opportunity, she sees an issue, she develops options, she develops plans, she thinks through, she washes that through all of her experience to help us guide us to the right solution. She's a consummate professional. So as a colleague, Jeanette, and as a friend, thank you.
Chair Williams and Board of Supervisors, thank you so much for this recognition. I'm well, maybe speechless, but I have a few words. I'd like to start by introducing my son, Patrick Pell. He's here today. And the reason that's significant is because when I started my career, he thought all I did was ride up and down in elevators and attend a few meetings. Well, he was right. I attend a lot of meetings. But the times I've shared, the friendships I've built, and the incredible successes which my team and I have enjoyed have been an extraordinary part of my life. I am very proud of what we have achieved, and I will never forget the past 7 years. I am honored to have had the good fortune to finish my career in the county of Santa Barbara. I have been given many opportunities and faced interesting challenges, and I thank you all. Thank you.
A35.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 35 is sponsored by the Board of Supervisors. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Terry Mosnisage upon her retirement from the County Executive Office after over 20 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. Joining us here in person, we have Terry. If you will please make your way to the podium, our CEO, Mona Miyasato, will read the resolution into the record.
I get to read the resolution. Let's take the photos first, Terry.
My favorite part.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So if everyone in the audience and the board could join me on the whereases, I would appreciate the support. So, whereas Terry Mosnisage began her career at the County of Santa Barbara in 2002 as the Parks Director, after a successful tenure as one of the founding staff and youngest department directors of the new city of Santa Clarita. And whereas in 2005, she was promoted to an assistant county executive officer, and she's held the post for 18 years, in which she has aptly overseen most functions of the CEO's office and handled every imaginable issue, from rocks at Goleta Beach to Chumash negotiations to Deltobia coordination to oversight of the psychiatric health facility. And whereas Terry is a natural connector, a walking, talking directory of where to look, whom to go to, and what to try in different situations, which has helped the county successfully navigate 3 economic recessions, hundreds of staff turnovers, and dozens of disasters. And whereas Terry has been the behind-the-scenes driving force to improve services for our most vulnerable, including leading the mental health systems change, coordinating the county's pandemic response, and the award-winning HHS COVID-19 recovery plan, and spearheading initiatives to reduce homelessness, such as the Dignity Moves projects, among many others. And Terry loves a good emergency, and she's been part of the yeah. And she's been part of the county's OEM response in almost every major fire and disaster over the last 2 decades, beginning when the EOC was in the Employee University's trailer up through the recent storms, always ensuring emergency communications was at its best. And whereas Terry never forgoes a chance to celebrate organizational excellence and the ethos of public service. She helped create Renew 22, leading to the prominent displays on the elevator doors and stairwells of the county building. And given how often remodels Terry, that will still be here in another 20 years. And whereas Terry is a unique and exceptional leader, both compassionate and results-driven, she is the first to jump in to help others, advocate for the greater good, and can get anything accomplished, all while wearing a fabulous pair of shoes and sharing the location of the best cocktail in town. And oh, yes. Yeah. There are honestly too many accomplishments to mention in the space of this one resolution. But I think Terry would say her shining achievement is her family, her 2 sons, AJ and Eric, and her husband, Tony, to which we say thank you to lending her to the county family for the last 20 years. So now, therefore, be it resolved and hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors honors and thanks Terry Mosnisich for her years of dedicated service to the residents of Santa Barbara County and congratulates her upon her retirement, hopefully passed and adopted today by the Board of Supervisors on this 21st day of March 2023 by unanimous vote of all members present.
I didn't read it before.
And because Terry is too modest, I also want to note that yesterday she was recognized by our assembly member, she hates me for all this, Assembly Member Greg Hart for being Woman of the Year for his assembly district for Santa Barbara County. I think I've said enough, Terry.
Thank you, Mona. Thank you, members of the board. As I shared with CEO Miyasato and my colleagues, you really shouldn't have, but this really does give me a wonderful opportunity to thank a number of people that have been so important to me over the last 20 years. First of all, I want to thank our Health and Human Services department heads, many of whom are here today. Daniel back there, I've known him the longest. These folks are really committed every day to serving the underserved, the under-resourced of our community. And they work so hard every day to ensure that people are given an opportunity to thrive. And I'm so proud to have worked with them and help them make some changes that I think have really made a difference in our community. I also want to thank the CEO office, my colleagues. It's truly a pleasure to come to work with people every day that are committed to 2 very specific things. Let's make our county better. Let's make our organization better. And that just made every day wonderful. And I really will miss each of them. To Mona Miyasato, one of the things people don't know about ACEOs and CEOs is that ACEOs serve at the pleasure. So any given day of the week, I don't know if you shared that with Tanya or not, but it's been a wonderful 9 years, and thank you for keeping me. And I really want to thank Mona for her vision to transform our organization, more so than transforming systems and processes. It's been about values, it's been about service excellence, and it's been about ethics. And I really want to thank you for really driving that in the organization. And it truly is a better place because you're here. And I was very, very honored to serve with you. Also to the board, thank you for your support. I really enjoyed my opportunity to work with this board and prior boards. I wish everyone could really see your heartfelt dedication to your constituents, to your districts, and then how well you work collaboratively and collegially to work on the big issues facing the county. It truly is a model of governance that should be emulated by other bodies, and I really wish everyone could see how well you all work and see what happens behind the scenes. And lastly, as Mona said, to the best part, I get to spend a lot more time with my family. And I just want to thank my husband, Tony, who's also a local government professional, so he understood the long nights. He understood this is not a 9-to-5 job. He understood that it's a 24/7 job. So I always appreciated his support. Every day I came home, he was always there saying, you know, what do you need to do tomorrow to make it work? So he was always there for me.
And then also to my boys, who some of you may not know, they actually got county assignments too. So I often put them to work. But I think in the long run, I am so proud of them because they have an extraordinary work ethic and a commitment to public service as well. And that makes me very, very hopeful about the leaders of our future and who will be guiding our organizations going forward. So I'm very proud of that. And I do want to wish everyone the very, very best. I'm still a constituent, and I'm very happy about that. And I just want to thank the board and everyone for being here today. It truly means a lot to me. I can't believe 20 years has gone by this fast. It's really amazing. But I've enjoyed every minute of it, even the hard times, because I had the opportunity to work with all of you. So thank you.
There is one public comment for this resolution, and I will close public comment for the rest of the agenda.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have Lee Heller on via Zoom.
Chair Williams and members of the board, I'm sorry I'm not there in person, although maybe it's good because you can't see me crying. I don't know what to say about Terry. She has been such a rock. Mona left out animal services on the long list of things that Terry has taken on over the years and tried to make a difference in and succeeded. And I am so grateful to her for her commitment to our community and our county, for all the different hats she has worn, all the problems she has tried to solve, many of which she has succeeded at, and for continuing to be this gracious, lovely person under incredibly difficult circumstances. So Terry, I love you and I'm going to miss you and I'll see you at the party. Bye. Thank you.
Well, this has been momentous, a bit scary to see all the talent that we're losing, but also inspirational for anybody who's watching this, who's thinking about a career. So please extend that to people that you know. This is what can be made as part of the county family. A3.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 3 is from the County Services, from the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the approval and execution of Home American Rescue Plan loan documents with Good Samaritan Shelter for acquisition and improvement work to a single-family residence located on 2723 Mulberry Street in the city of Santa Maria. This project is located within the 4th District.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. I pulled this item because I learned about this project when I reviewed the agenda this week, and that was a little, that was a concern of mine because this is in my district, and when when houses are being purchased and with county funds for Homes for Veterans or from Good Sam or nonprofit, it's important for there to be outreach, not only to my office, but to the neighborhood. I've since made contact with Good Samaritan and asked what they were thinking on what outreach might look like. And I know that they're under the gun to get this approved as soon as possible, but I also know my constituents in that neighborhood would have a lot of heartburn if I move forward with this myself in advance of outreach. They've committed to doing that. We had a project like this in Old Orchid probably 4 or 5 years ago where we did the outreach. The house went into Old Orchid and has been a success. So I'm committed to projects like this, but it's kind of an order of operation thing for me. So I'm not going to be able to vote for it. I'm going to actually abstain on the vote on this today. But I understand it's up against a deadline so that they won't lose the funds, the matching funds that they're getting. I just personally can't support it today, but I would be able to support in the future, but I don't think I'm going to have that opportunity. So I'd like to have a roll call vote on this.
So the request is for a separate vote on this. Can I get a motion?
I'll move this item.
Oh, there is one public comment. Sorry, I almost forgot about that.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have Kathleen Rosenthal via Zoom.
Board of Supervisors, I actually requested to speak on departmental item 3. I don't know why I'm being called now, so I'll defer till later.
This is departmental item.
No, this is
A3.
administrative item. Sorry. Thank
No,
you, Ms. Rosenthal.
departmental item.
Oh, you're doing D3. Got it.
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Chair
Thank you.
Williams and members of the board, we have no other requests to speak for this item.
Okay, I have a motion and a second by Lavigno and Hartman. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstain.
I'll abstain. Thank you.
A5.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item 5 is from County Council. It is to consider recommendations regarding an agreement for professional services, for professional legal services with outside counsel, Perkins Coie LLP. This item requires a 4/5 vote.
Okay, thank you. Chair Williams, I got quite a few calls on this this last week, so some concerns about Perkins Coie, and they're typically a firm that's been involved in a lot of partisan politics, and there were some concerns from some constituents about why we would hire them with the reputation that they have. I've met with county council, and I'm satisfied with what I've heard on their selection process, but just for the public so they can understand, Ms. Van Molen, what's the process you go in selecting outside counsel for us? I understand you guys have a process that you go through, and I think it'd be helpful for the public to understand what that looks like.
Thank you, Supervisor Nelson, members of the board. When we need to contract for outside counsel, we do quite a bit of research on law firms and attorneys with the needed expertise. For this contract, it's a very specialized area, environmental, regulatory, and compliance, as well as environmental enforcement. So due to the specialized expertise, there are a limited number of attorneys with relevant experience, and particularly with the crossover between criminal and civil enforcement and environmental law. We looked at 6 different firms for this particular contract with hourly rates ranging from approximately $650 to $1,400 an hour. We reached out to more than one attorney to interview them and attain qualifications and rates. And after we narrowed it down, we negotiated with this firm, including as to public agency and government discounts. And having one firm handle 2 different issues, which is the case here, actually allows us some cost savings so that we don't duplicate research and analysis. Then final step is, after negotiations, is a conflict check. So the firm that we want to contract with runs a conflict to see if there's any conflicts with respect to the County of Santa Barbara. So that's our final step, and then we bring the contract to your board for approval.
Thank you. That gives me a lot of confidence in those that were concerned. I hope that does for them as well. At the end of the day, this is a contract to hire a firm that's going to help us protect the taxpayers' resources, and so I'm comfortable with the recommendation of Ms. Van Molen. So I'm glad to support this item if we want to move this forward.
Thank you. We'll take this along with the others. A9.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 9 is from the Fire Department Board of Directors and Fire Protection District. It is to consider recommendations regarding an agreement between the Santa Barbara County Fire Protection District and Central Square Technologies, LLC, for the development and configuration of an on-premises computer-aided dispatch system for the Regional Fire Communications Center. This item requires a 4/5 vote.
Yes, Chair Williams, I pulled this item because I thought this was such a big deal that it should be highlighted. This is a step forward to our unified dispatch. A lot of people, when we talk to when I talk to my constituents about our services, our emergency management, and our fire protection, that moving to this unified dispatch model and closest resource is going to be a huge benefit to all of our constituents. And this is a huge step forward. I think some of us who took those trips down to Ventura to see their system, 5-6 years ago now, and under the work of, at that time, Chief Peterson. And I just want to thank Chief Hartwig for continuing to keep these projects moving along, and what the legacy that's going to create for public safety in Santa Barbara County is pretty substantial. It's just like what we're doing with other departments. We're moving into the 21st century, and we're exploring new delivery models that are, at the end of the day, going to serve our constituents in a way that they expect to be. So just wanted to make sure I pulled this item to highlight that.
Yes, I think the way to put it is, that's the model, the way the public would like to imagine that we already have, which is that we would send the closest available resource under all circumstances. A10.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 10 is from the General Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding professional service agreement with Ultra Systems Environmental Incorporated for the Cayo Real Campus Master Plan Programmatic Environmental Impact Report, project number 21010. This project is located within the 2nd District.
Supervisor Capps.
Chair Williams, yes, I pulled this this item because I wanted to just request public clarification from, I believe, from the CEO. I know the Cayo Real Master Plan has been in the works for quite a long time, but more recent months, Supervisor Hartman and I have been working on working with staff to find more county properties that would be relevant to the housing element. So I just want to make sure that those two processes are synced up as much as possible, and this seemed like the right place to do that, and just to affirm that that's going to be happening.
So General Services, I'm not sure who the right person, or if it's Mr. Frapwell. Because this is just a contract for the programmatic EIR, I think anything is possible to be added to the programmatic EIR, but I'll ask him that the vacant sites that we found that will be added to the housing element will be evaluated in this document as part of the programmatic. I think that's what we want to find out.
Supervisor Capps, to the board, the chair, yes, that's correct. So the objective of the programmatic EIR is to really create a palette for your board to decide how do you want to utilize the location, the Cayo Real Master Campus, all three components of that. And so it doesn't obligate your board to do anything. It does, however, create an opportunity, a blank canvas with certain, as we contemplate potential uses within that campus, it gives your board the option and flexibility in the future to say, yes, this, no, that, here's, and where you want to, move and utilize that location. So it doesn't obligate your board today. I do think it's an important step. It is a lengthy process. Any EIR is lengthy. This one's going to be lengthy and have a lot of input, public and board, throughout the process.
Thanks for that explanation. And for those in the public who might be curious to hear about Cayo Real and housing, I understand that next board meeting, April 4th, we'll be going into that further. So just want to stay tuned for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get a vote on A5, A9, and A8, A10?
Move staff's recommendations.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Now is the time when we have general public comment for items not on the agenda. Madam Clerk, is there general public comment today?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have general public comment today. We will start with Edward Crow via Zoom, to be followed by Alejandra Torres.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Yeah. Hi, this is Edward Crow. I'm a tenant at the CBC in the Sweeps apartment complex. It consists of like 4 buildings, 200 plus units, 1 to 2,000 people, and we're all currently being evicted under false claims of a needed renovation. It's more accurately known as a renoviction. Yeah, and it's used as a loophole to get around rent caps. And we're just looking to block that. You guys get that?
We lost you in the last few seconds, but I understand that you are in an apartment in Isla Vista that is being renovated, and therefore you're being evicted for a renovation.
Yes. Yeah, I'm part of a mass eviction of 200 plus units, and they're claiming needed renovation, but I believe that is false, and they're just trying to get us out of there to get new tenants in to increase the rent by however much they want to get around the rent cap.
And sir, maybe you could provide us, especially Supervisor Capps, with the address in question.
Yes, the address is 6711 El Colegio Road. It's listed in Goleta, but it's technically in Isla Vista.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, Chair Williams, if I might take this opportunity now to ask County Council to speak about what's available options in terms of relocation assistance, because I believe we might have a few more speakers to this. I've certainly received some calls and emails frantically about this situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Capps, members of the board. There are protections for tenants under state law as well as local county ordinance. In 2019, there's the State Tenant Protection Act, and it provides that a landlord's prohibited from terminating certain residential tenancies except for just cause. And it does provide for either a rent waiver or relocation assistance payment in the event of a no-fault just cause termination. There are some exceptions to that, but that is generally available. And then the county, in 2011, I believe, adopted Chapter 44, which provides for also provides for relocation payments. For qualifying events. So I'm not sure on the details of this one, but for both of the state law and the local law, based on the facts and circumstances, tenants might be eligible for one or both of the relocation payments.
Please proceed with public comment.
Next, we have Alejandra Torres.
Hi, I'm Alejandra Torres. I am a mother of 2 children, also with the problem and under the situation of, being evicted under, in quotation marks, renovation, but honestly, no need for renovation. It's more of like kicking us all out, raising the rent prices super, super high to where it's an unfair situation because all we have done is take care of the property, respected rules. This is unfortunately or fortunately, this is a home that we can afford. Like I said, I have 2 children, and this is a home that I can provide for them to where we feel safe and we are under it's a tough situation because unfortunately I'm recovering from back surgery, and so I'm in the middle of recovering from a severe back surgery, and now having to deal with having to look into being moved somewhere else where I haven't been working. I haven't been able to be back to work. It's just a tough situation, and we're kind of hoping and looking to see if there's any support we can get as to stopping this renoviction to help keep our family safe. There's a lot of students, there's a lot of families, and even though it's a mix of students and families, we tend to keep the community safe and keep the community peaceful. And even though, like I mentioned and said, it's a mix of students and families, we've always never had a problem and have always been under good terms, each neighbor with everybody there. So I was kind of listening and hearing too that there's some kind of assistance, help, resources that they can provide, but I've tried calling the office and I've gotten no answer. I just feel like even though there's this support that can be given to us, I feel like it's not being given to us either.
Next, we have Sam Zespi to be followed by Matthew Kustra.
Hi there. I hope you're able to hear me. I wanted to start by just saying real fast that by California law, they're basically providing us with 1 month free rent as relocation fees, as moving fees. And currently, if you want to move to a new place, you need a $2,000 security deposit. There are people that, sorry, I'm also from CBC in the sweeps, if you didn't know yet. There are people that have lived here for 30 plus years. Families, students, I myself am a first generation college student. We have nowhere to go. My rent right now is about $2,000. If I move or if I try and find any place anywhere in Santa Barbara, it's at least $3,200. We have nowhere to go. There are people here that have paid their rent for 30 plus years. And we're just being evicted because our complex, which is approximately 250 to 300 units, right? You're looking at well over 1,000 people. Many of the units are 3-4 bedroom units, was bought by a giant corporation out of Texas. And then they told us all at once, they're going to evict all of us for renovations. They didn't need the renovations before they sold the complex. They needed it after. There are students and families being evicted in the next 60 days. And we're scared. We have nowhere to go, and we're trying really hard to do anything possible that we can to fight this. But it's really hard. And a last month rent refund, $2,000, gets us nowhere. We need to stop these rent evictions. We need policy in place that will do something, that will actually change the system. Everyone knows, right? We're in a housing crisis in Santa Barbara. There's very, very little housing, and prices, again, all over $3,000. Not to mention everyone in this complex has pets too. So that makes it even harder. Families, pets, roommates. Basically what I'm trying to say in less than 3 minutes, which I could probably spend 20 minutes talking about, is we're poor people. We need help. We pay our rent on time, and billionaires are forcing us out of our homes, places that we have called our home, just so they can get past the California rent cap and raise rent by $1,000. Yeah, that's it. Sorry.
Next, we have Matthew Kustra to be followed by our final speaker in Santa Maria, George Alvarez.
Hello, Chair Williams and County Supervisors. I'm Matt Costura, local teacher of 20 years here in Santa Barbara, a resident of Santa Barbara County. It has recently come to the attention of many county residents that the draft housing element includes rezoning significant portions of open land immediately adjacent Goleta to allow for high density development. Citizens of Santa Barbara request that the county board provide a presentation to the public on the draft housing element, and that the county board invite public comment. We request that this meeting happens before the county moves forward to seek approval from the state. The community needs to be fully engaged in the housing element discussion, as this draft, as it currently stands, will place extreme impact on the local ecological and sociological environment, an impact that cannot be reversed. The current draft housing element proposes turning acres of neighborhood agricultural land into thousands of high-density units, 20 to 30 units per acre. Adjacent to one county neighborhood near Patterson, the draft proposal stands at over 4,500 units. These small units will be stacked on one another. The proposal also includes a surplus of units, well beyond even the state's proposal, a surplus proposal that has not been adequately explained by those who have drafted it. These open spaces matter to our community. These lands are zoned ag or open space for important reasons. Citizens rely on agricultural land for healthy local food, as do small businesses and workers. The agricultural land and richness of the topsoil of this area is a hallmark of the Goleta Valley. These lands fill our water table, provide open spaces for birds, including endangered ones such as the raptors called kites, and a myriad of animals. The development being proposed may fall under housing-related environmental exemptions, which would leave these areas without the typical protections from overdevelopment. The impact of high-density housing and thousands of new residents on these open spaces must be addressed. These proposed developments will not address the housing issues that workers face, as building more housing does not address affordability, nor does it address issues of equity. Addressing housing needs to be a community effort, one that takes into account intensive research that addresses the carrying capacity of an area, including the infrastructure such as schools and public works, necessary to support an influx of population and impacts on the environment. We are asking for an informative presentation from the Board of Supervisors and an opportunity for the community to weigh in on this most pressing issue. We also encourage those listening, including the media, to help bring this issue to public consciousness and to begin action. Thank you.
Before we leave the Isla Vista item, I just wanted to make sure that the public speakers go reach out and contact Supervisor Capps. If they haven't already, it seems that Supervisor Capps already is well aware of the issue, as I have been, and I think you can be assured that legal remedies will be pursued. And Supervisor Capps and then Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Williams. I was going to say the same thing. Please, thanks to those who reached out this morning, who've received those eviction notices. We were well aware. My heart goes out to you. Please contact my office. We are in touch with the university. We want to make sure that you understand your rights and provide as many resources to you right now as possible. So please reach out to my office. It's lcaps at countyofsb.org, and we will be in touch with you directly. Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, I just wanted to reiterate what Supervisor Capps noted earlier, that April 4th, we will be discussing the housing element here at the Board of Supervisors, and that will be an opportunity for more public comment. I also wanted to note that we've heard two things today: the travesty of people being evicted from their apartments in Isla Vista, families and students, and then concerns about the RHNA mandates, the housing element mandates that we have, and what that's doing to agricultural and open space lands. And I'd just like to say both of those are a result of UCSB's failure to follow through on their agreement with the county and the city of Goleta in 2010 to build the housing for their students, their faculty, and staff. This is what it results in. And we're in a lawsuit to fight this.
Thank you. Last public speaker.
We have a Mr. George Alvarez in Santa Maria.
Good morning, Board Supervisors. I'm going to start with basically supporting the people that came forward and do have a concern of living. There's a potential of having thousands of new homeless added to your population base if this comes to attrition with this apartment. I call it greed. It's all about money. On the other speaker, when he mentioned about losing farmland, are these organizations going to go there and wipe everything out and create? There's requirements, the state of California, for water. You have to have a certain amount of acreage of water. We're even though we're in an area of our shortage being taken care of, in the future, it's not going to be taken care of. These are issues that have to be set forth for the development and security of impacts such as fire departments, police departments that are going to impact with all these houses being raised. But aren't we tired of development? Don't we want to keep the landscape of the beauty of Santa Barbara intact, for God's sake? Yeah, there's demands for housing elements, but there has to be responsibility of those in charge, especially within the law. And I'm glad that the Board of Supervisors are meeting those issues in that lawsuit with UCSB. But that's not my mainstay, what I came here for. My mainstay is basically, you know it all, is my poor little Guadalupe levee that hasn't been completed. I know that there has to be a conclusion. We had the Army Corps of Engineers basically responsible for that. I'm asking for transparency. I want to know when it was built, how much it costs, and the map basically where it shows where it's supposed to end. We're missing some parts of our levee. That's my observation living in Guadalupe all my life on that. So I'm hoping with your help, because you have responsibility and liability in the backside of Pioneer Street, which is county property. The Army Corps of Engineers, what I hear is thinking of purchasing the property, but not solving the problem. 23 years ago, it happened. And now 23 years of nothingness within government and not dealing with the issue in the future has come to attrition. We have our second flooding of Pioneer Street and people being evicted. When does it get to the point where politicians have responsibility to have foresight, not hindsight, in dealing with issues like this? This is an atrocity. Now, having that said, my time is up. Please do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude public comment?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no more requests to speak.
We will move on to departmental item number 1. Mr. Chapchian.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the Community Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Commission for Women 2023 Women's History Month Service Awards.
Thank you. Good morning. Chair Williams, members of the board. In honor of National Women's History Month and to recognize, honor, and celebrate the achievements of countless women throughout the community, the County of Santa Barbara Commission on Women's established the annual Women's History Month Service Awards. They've done this. They've awarded these to women since 1998. Today, I want to introduce Allison Wales, who would have been here but couldn't make it. Commission on the Women Chair, who will present the awards today for the 5 districts. Allison, are you still there?
I'm here.
Okay.
Good morning. And once again, I'm sorry that I cannot be there. We tried in North County, but chose otherwise. I believe Jordy is there and she'll be speaking later from the commission as well. That being said, I am happy to be here, at least on Zoom this morning, to introduce some remarkable women and organizations whom we are honoring from the Women's Commission Annual Service Awards. And I thank all the supervisors for the input and welcoming of those that we are honoring today. I said this last year and I still feel the same. So being a bit biased, I will once again state that women in all facets of our lives are the proverbial single thread that truly holds us together at our weakest point and combined give us even stronger at our strongest unions. This year, the commission chose to honor not only individuals, but organizations that have been founded and led by women to forge fundamental change in the community they serve. These organizations have become part of the fabric of their community. Some have been around for decades, others just for a handful of years. To do this work that these women and organizations have accomplished takes a strong dose of tenacity and focus on their individual missions to succeed, as well as the knowledge that they must strengthen the relationships and awareness in their communities to achieve change and success. Success that is measured in change of habits, awareness, and even thought and acceptance. The commission is honored, along with the supervisors, to recognize and celebrate the following recipients. From District 1, we have the Women's Fund of Santa Barbara. I would like to say that the North County was fortunate to have the North County Women's Fund of Santa Barbara for several years. The agency that I work for, the North County Rape Crisis and Child Protection Center, was blessed as a recipient by that fund. I cannot tell you how these types of grants can impact the nonprofit and the clients they serve. This all-volunteer organization is stunning, and not only their charity over the years, but the scope of issues and concerns of the area they choose to highlight by not only giving financial aid, but by putting a spotlight on those issues and agencies. From District 2, we honor Lori Goodman and LEAP. Learn, engage, advocate, and partner. I'd like to say a few words about Lori. I've only known Lori in our joint meeting at CAPC, the Child Abuse Prevention Council that unites the entire county. regarding children and families. Because of COVID, I've only been with her in a small box on a screen, and here I am again on a small box on a screen for several years. But what I can say about Lori Goodman and as well as Leap, they were meant to be together. They were meant to be working together. She's a true advocate for the well-being and success of children, families, her staff, and community that she serves. Leap's website states that they are building a resilient and connected community. This is truly the epitome of not only Leap, but also of Lori. Congratulations to them. From District 3, they are honoring Rona Barrett, a pioneer, leader, innovator, advocate, activist, and oh yes, very much a trailblazer. It is an honor for the commission to be part of honoring Rona Barrett. The number of walls and barriers that she has helped tear down for women in journalism in her career is only matched by her advocacy and dedication to the development of housing and programs that serve the seniors of her community. From District 4, they honor Casa of Hope. Human trafficking is not a new crime by any means. However, as a society and how social service agencies they have worked with human trafficking survivors is relatively new. Since 2013 and the founding of the county's Human Trafficking Task Force has been fortunate to have new agencies as CASA and well-established agencies step up to combat and educate, protect, and empower survivors of all forms of trafficking. Casa of Hope in the North County provides a much-needed resource for survivors, and we are fortunate to have their voice advocating for these survivors. In the 5th District, we honor Hope, House of Pride and of Equality. I must express my pride in Hope and all they have accomplished. I first met Jesse and Audie several years ago when our agency put on our very first 1 Billion Rising in Lompoc. I remember hearing about Hope and I reached out to Jesse. Hope showed up with their table to spread the word in the community about the resources for the LGBTQ+ individuals in the North County. Since then, they have become a larger and stronger in the North County community. Hope and its volunteers are on several boards involved in community action and activism. The Pride events have been a groundbreaking and a breath of fresh air for the North County. They are a community resource that is just the latest example of community members seeing a resource needed and found a way to provide it. Jesse and Audie recently found other jobs and had to move. But even then, even though they had to move recently, Hope continues to thrive. That says a lot about them and their agency. Thank you for your continued support of the commission. We have a few events coming up at the end of the month: an in-person Women Speak Up town hall at Hancock regarding agency collaboration and DEI, and a conversation with Senator Monique Limon regarding childcare in Santa Barbara County via Zoom. Now, I believe Jordy Scully is there, and she may also say a few words about this, this event as well as the awards. So again, I'm sorry I can't be there, and thank you again for all of your support. Congratulations to all the recipients.
Jordy?
Hello, board. Thank you for having us today. I just wanted to officially present this award to Jamie Dufek, who's the head of the Women's Fund, that has quickly become an institution in our community. They've only been around for 20 years, but they've raised over $10 million in that time and given it to organizations that are important to them and to the community. They have 1,200 members in Santa Barbara County, and they raised over $1 million, or nearly $1 million last year alone. Their giving was focused towards ameliorating homelessness, childcare, and education, just to name a few. And we are so grateful to have them and giving funds to District 1. Thank you so much.
Thank you. On behalf of the Women's Fund, the Board of Directors, and over 1,200 members of the organization, we are so grateful for this award, and we appreciate the recognition that our organization does to impact the community, and we're very excited to be granting $925,000 this year to deserving organizations in the community. Thank you.
Is there public comment?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we do have one request to speak. We have Tracy Beard via Zoom.
Hi, I want to say congratulations to all of our recipients. Our recipients have worked extremely hard this year. Being part of this commission for 10 years has been an honor and a pleasure to honor women over the years. We also have a Women Speak Out for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion coming up on April 1st from 10 to 2 at Allen Hancock College, and we hope that you all will attend and get our word out. And we're very grateful to our supervisors because every one of you have supported this commission throughout the years and through your tenure, and as one has served on here. So thank you very much. And we just want to make sure that we know we have a few town halls coming up on the 31st and on the 1st for childcare and for equity, diversity, and inclusion. Thank you.
And I think I may have cut off Ms. Scully.
Sorry, I did want to mention the childcare town hall. I plan on sending you all a personal invitation, but it's on the 29th, and we'll just be discussing the state of childcare in South Santa Barbara County. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And any more public comment?
Chair Williams, we have no more requests to speak.
Supervisor Nelson has let up.
Yeah, my recipient, the Casa of Hope, is actually on Zoom. I wanted to give them a chance to, they were going to be here today as well, and I have a nice framed resolution that I'll make sure I get delivered to you guys in the next week here, but I wanted to give them an opportunity to talk about their organization briefly as well. And I also wanted just to thank my women's commissioners. We're working on getting that full roster finally in the 4th District, Jennifer Baird, Suzanne Levy, and Tina Daly for their work on the commission. So just want to take that opportunity.
Are they on Zoom and available to speak?
I'm Suzanne Levy. Can you hear me?
Sure
I'm
can.
available. Okay, I wanted to just introduce Casa of Hope and Ellen Torres, who's also on Zoom, and I believe wants to say something. This organization, as mentioned, that is relatively new to the area, but offers essential support to victims of sexual trafficking. Ellen herself has had personal and lived experiences with trafficking, beginning in her teens and leading into her 20s. Having survived this and found purpose in the entrapment she endured, she decided to fight the good fight and against human trafficking and got involved in different local capacities. She's currently one of the Central Coast's most active human trafficking survivor leaders. She's a graduate at Chapman University, earning a bachelor's degree in social sciences with an emphasis on political science and race and ethnic relations. And I'm really proud to have Casa of Hope and its CEO, Ellen Torres, recognized. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. From myself and all of us at Casa of Hope, I just want to thank you. It means so much to be honored by the county, by the board, by the community, to go from a victim to survivor to thriver to overcomer, to be able to sit in the seat that I am sitting in today, and be able to give back to the community, to be able to support community members that may have family or friends or questions about, what is human trafficking, and to be able to support the community's children and family members in this role has been such an honor. So thank you for recognizing us today. We're so grateful. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Lavnino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to take a second to thank my commissioners, Tracy, Allison, and Yvette. I think what's interesting about this commission is they always have their finger on the pulse. I mean, like right now they're talking about childcare. They always have their finger right on the issues that are affecting women and families in our community. And I think they do an outstanding job of working together as a body, regardless of political affiliation or ideology. It just seems like it's a group that works well together, and I really value the input that I receive from my commissioners. Thank you.
Supervisor Capps.
Yes, thank you. I believe our, maybe we can do a presentation because our Lori Goodman, who's been awarded this distinction, is actually here today.
Thank you. I just want to give this award to Lori Goodman, who I think we all know in this room because she has been an advocate and a hard worker for Isla Vista for a long time. LEAP has also been in Isla Vista since the 1970s, and we are so grateful to have women like Lori in our community. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you to the Commission on Women and to the supervisors. As IVYP becomes LEAP, we are committed, as Allison said, to building a resilient and connected community because that's what makes us stronger. It allows us to step in where there's need, whether it's starting the first diaper bank or engaging the Goleta Valley partners. And as we change our name from IVYP to LEAP, we're looking at how can we serve even more families and how can we leap into Lompoc, where we know there is tremendous need and not enough social services. So stay tuned for that. I am so honored to accept this on behalf of my organization and all my very passionate staff who do the hard work every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lori. I just want to congratulate you as well and just congratulate the entire Women's Commission. My involvement with this county and public service began through the Women's Commission, and Supervisor Lavigny knows exactly right. They have their finger on the pulse, and the chair of the commission said the word fabric of the community. And I would say when it comes to Lori Goodman, that's Teflon because of the way that you really elevated and stepped in and broke down silos during the pandemic with these regular calls that I understand are still happening to make sure that especially underserved families were aware of resources, et cetera. I so appreciate the name change because Isla Vista, you go so far beyond the community of Isla Vista into Goleta and hopefully now into Lompoc. So thank you to the entire commission. I remember this day as chair of the commission and also as a member that it's important to take time to reflect and to honor those people like Lori who are doing such good work, often completely unnoticed and quietly and rolling up your sleeves without this kind of designation. So thanks for allowing this time and continuing the good work. Thank you, Chair Williams.
I also want to thank Lori just as an alumni of Isla Vista Youth Projects and whatever you call it, whatever we call it. It's really important for kids like me, like I was. And also note that I chimed in for the Women's Fund because I just saw the amazing work and investments they were making in the community, and I really thought that it was spot on and wanted to mention just my encouragement. Please keep up the incredible work. Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I wanted also to acknowledge Lori's contributions and welcome to Lompoc. Can't wait. And also wanted to acknowledge my women's commissioners, Karen Steinwachs, Arcelia Ascension, and Angie Swanson-Cariaco. Karen will be termed out in this summer, but she's been a wonderful representative. And I also wanted to note about Rona Barrett. She did pioneer in journalism and broadcasting when it was an all-man's field. But we were so lucky that she moved to the Santa Ynez Valley, and it was really her father, Harry, who had Alzheimer's, and that really inspired her to realize her vision of the Golden Inn. And it provides employee housing, which was really prescient, I think, on her part. And the memory care is just now being completed. So it's an amazing contribution. She also writes regularly for the local paper, quips and things about how to survive as a senior. So much appreciated.
Departmental item 2. motion to receive and file.
So moved?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the Human Resources Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the compensation and benefits resolution and salary increase for elected department heads.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Williams and members of the board. The purpose of my brief presentation this morning is to present a long-term recommendation on wages and benefits for current and future elected department heads. Before presenting the recommendation, I will quickly summarize the board's past actions on this matter. Next slide, please. So you may recall that last summer, I presented several options for the board's consideration. And after some discussion, the board approved a wage increase for the fiscal year only, and no decision was made regarding future increases. Rather, the board directed staff to return with a more sustainable and long-term recommendation. And after discussions with our current elected department heads, I am presenting the recommendations. Next click. Thank you. So the wage recommendation specifically is that the CPIU be used as the methodology for determining wages with a 5% maximum or ceiling. Additionally, the recommendation is to use the preceding month of October CPIU and make it effective the pay period in which October 1st falls in. I note here that this methodology is very similar to what we use for our board. And as elected officials, it made sense to use a similar methodology, if not, in this case, the same methodology. And then finally, using the preceding CPIU will accommodate the budget planning. For example, today we already know what the total cost of this wage recommendation is. Next slide, please. So the full cost of adopting the recommendation is $93,210 for all 5 elected department heads. And if you can click again, this is what their current salary is with the preceding CPIU adjustment. And it will be effective September 18th because that's where October 1st falls in that pay period. So staff's recommendation also focuses on a few benefits changes, and the next and final slide summarizes these. The key to the recommendation is establishing a separate resolution that captures the uniquely specific benefits and wages for elected department heads and removes those that do not apply. For example, bilingual pay, and I list a few others here. So that's the wage specific recommendation, and this new resolution that's attached in your documents shows all benefits that pertain to our elected department heads. And this concludes my presentation. However, before we go to questions, I would like to thank the elected department heads for meeting with me and providing valuable feedback and input. And then Erin Jeffries, Employment and Workforce Planning Division Chief, and I are available to answer any of your questions. Oh, and Yvonne's there too. Assistant HR Director.
Questions from the board. Mr. Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. My question was about the sick leave for department heads. I don't quite understand how an elected official can have sick leave.
How an elected?
Yeah, an elected department head, or, I mean, I don't think we at the board have.
Right, you don't,
that.
and they don't either, which is why, but it was in, if you recall, the original resolution combined elected department heads with appointed department heads. And appointed department heads have to codify their sick leave, but electeds don't. But they were all in there. So what I've done here with this recommendation is electeds have their own separate resolution, and you will not find sick leave utilization there. So that's why it's removed.
The words that were on the presentation said for future elected department heads. So does that made it sound like to me that it would, the current elected department heads would still retain it, or?
Yes, but they don't really use it, so it's really,
It's another,
it's.
is it a bonus? Is it something that?
No, it's not a bonus. Well, it is in terms of retirement.
Right.
Because you can use up to a year's worth of sick leave hours towards retirement. So that will happen because that's what we had before. They were entitled to that.
But we're looking at redoing the ordinance right now.
Yes.
And that.
That will change it and it will stop that.
So stop it as of this point moving forward, or?
From this point moving forward. It will not take anything away from our current. However, if any of our current elected department heads go run again for office, that would stop it for them.
But it would continue to accrue to the finish of their current term?
For now, for the current, yes.
Is that something that could be
Yes.
Amended as part of this resolution?
Yes, it is.
It could? That's the discretion?
Oh,
here?
yes, it's
Okay.
what.
All right, thank you.
Is there public comment?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no request to speak for this item.
It's to the board. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. You know, I've got a couple different thoughts about these types of resolutions and salary increases, and I've gone back and forth on it a few times, understanding that you know, many of these elected department heads are doing jobs that would probably bring in an income greater than this amount in the private sector. And we want to continue to have qualified people choose to serve in local office. So as much as it's maybe politically unpopular sometimes to approve pay raises for some of these elected officials, I can get there. What I can't get to is continuing the practice of providing sick leave. And so I'm just telling you guys where I'm at. I could probably move forward if we wanted to end that practice. It doesn't make a lot of sense. It seems like just a fringe benefit that's no longer relevant. And that should probably go away from this point forward. I don't know why we'd keep that as part of this legacy resolution. We are agreeing to go ahead and raising the pay 5%, which is going to be a significant benefit to many of our electeds, not only for their current pay, but for their pension, because there's going to be some pretty large pension numbers moving forward with this. So under the current staff recommendation, I could not approve this right at this point, but I think I could get there if we wanted to cease the sick leave moving forward.
Supervisor Hart.
I just would like to check with county council on that point. Does that create any legal issues for us?
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Hartman, I believe the question is not removing any of the sick leave that's accrued, but stopping it going forward. Is that correct?
Yes.
I believe I believe the board does have discretion to make that change, yes.
It does not make sense to me from the sense of that elected officials don't take sick leave, so why would they get sick leave accrued? So I really can't argue against that conclusion, Mr. Nelson. You complicate the day, but I really can't argue against that because it makes imminent sense.
Well, Chair Williams, you know, I find that sometimes we do half measures on this board. I think we should do things right so that we move forward for the next generation of elected officials, not only on department heads for us as our future colleagues to, you know, clean up some of these messes and move forward with them. So that's where I'm coming from. When I think it has a a good governance benefit moving forward. I think the public will look at this and go, wait a second, why is that happening? And I think we have an opportunity today as we fix this resolution.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, just conferring with Senior Deputy County Counsel Victoria Tuttle on this. And I think it would be helpful for us to look at it a little bit closer, because I'm not sure if we can change it during the current term versus the next term. When I say going, and I think it's set up to not do it after the next term for going forward. And I think maybe your question is, can we do it during the current term? Can we stop sick leave accrual during the current term of each office?
Correct, as moving forward this resolution.
All right, so that was misunderstanding there. So let me check on that first, and then we can report back.
So is your suggestion to trail this item?
Yes, it would be. I would like to have an answer to that moving forward on it.
All right. Can I get a motion to trail this item for the end of today's meeting?
Second, and I just had a comment and a question. So the board has had a general policy that the heads of the three legal departments would be broadly equivalent in salary. So is that captured anywhere, or how does that play out in this context?
Erin, if you could respond to that.
Supervisor, through the chair. So what will happen is that by adopting this resolution and establishing this metric for future salary increases, these groupings of pay will remain fairly consistent as they all receive the same, CPIU.
And we understand equivalent isn't equal, the same as, but it's within a range. Is that correct?
So Supervisor, through the chair, I believe if you adopt this resolution and the electeds, including the district attorney, you get a 5% CPI adjustment next year or October, but after that it will be by the CPI. So there could be possibility of them being out of sync depending on what the CPI is and what's available for the appointed department directors.
Yeah, so it does not, to be very transparent, it does not codify in writing that all three attorneys will stay equivalent or.
And supervisors, we could, we'd have to have county council, but if the board wanted that, you are by resolution setting the elected department directors. You set the county council salary and determine that increase. I set the public defender's salary and increase. And so there could be a discussion about ensuring the board's wish is to ensure, really the only action you don't control is mine, is then to ensuring that there's some sort of consistency or greater parity. But the one thing that you don't control will be the district attorney's salary, because it'll be by this objective standard of a CPI.
Right. Well, I think we're trying to have attorneys across the different attorney groups roughly equivalent. And so I think it would be important to try to do that at the top level as well.
Again, supervisors, you make the choice about county council, so the board would have that ability. And I think that those salary increases are given at the same time typically as the public defender, and then we could, the chair or the board, it would be a public announcement, and then I could act accordingly if that was the board's wish.
And so there's no opportunity to get that as a policy or a statement of what we'd like to see?
Well, you can direct us in what you would like us to do, but currently this resolution does not.
Typically, salary increases are given in May in time for the June, the start of July 1. So we have some time if you'd like to direct HR to come back with something. Just remember too that it doesn't always mean the DA is going to be above the others. It could be the change. So it's just whatever policy HR can bring back if the board directs it.
Well, I'm not sure how my colleagues feel, but I would be interested in that. And I also just wanted to say this has been a really thorny issue, and I appreciate the work that HR has done on bringing us something that we're almost ready to approve.
So my question for staff is, would these changes be possible to be drafted by the end of closed session, or should we be punting this to another day?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, I think we can resolve the first question by the end of closed session. The issue about general parity between the three attorneys, putting that in some kind of resolution, it's more complicated because there's a separate resolution that has to do with appointeds. So I don't think that could be done today.
Got it. Mr.
Chair,
Nelson.
we still have the discretion on this board when we see something go out of parity to bring it back. Because I think right now we're fairly close, and I think if we see CPI in the future, the next 3 or 4 years change with the allocation on raises, then we can maybe try to bring it back and create some parity, get it back on track again. I think that's something that's within our discretion. I know it's a goal, but I think we have the ability, if we see it move in a concerning way, that we could bring it back.
I think we also heard, if I may jump in,
Yes.
that we could direct staff to bring something back that's a little clearer, and I think that would be helpful.
Well, you can mull on over it for about an hour and a half, because it'll be back here for the last item on the agenda. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Departmental item 3.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item 3 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Long Range Planning Division fiscal years 23 through 26 work program.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Just give us a second to set up here. So today we are presenting the 3-year work program that we prepare on an annual basis for the Long Range Planning Division. I have Elise Dale, who is our Assistant Director, who oversees Long Range Planning, and I have Dan Clement with me, who this is his last hearing. He's moving on to other pastures, and so we really appreciate the work he's done on the work program for us and staying on this long. So the presentation will cover the accomplishments that we have made for this fiscal year, considerations that we take in when we're making decisions about our recommendation to the board regarding the work program, then our work program recommendations and recommended actions. So this fiscal year, we've done made a number of accomplishments throughout the first 3 quarters, and that includes our housing element update, which we released for public review in January, and we are currently in the process of preparing to submit that housing element to the state for their 90-day review. With respect to the Ag Enterprise Ordinance, we are in the middle of preparing the Programmatic Environmental Impact Report. Land Use Development Code amendments, we were able to process 2 in this last fiscal year, and that included changes to the Cannabis Ordinance, which required a CUP instead of a LUP in the inland area, and then the amendments to the Child Care Ordinance sections in our codes to simplify things and bring them into conformance with state law. We have prepared the Comp Plan Annual Progress Report, and that was on the agenda for the board recently. We completed the Disadvantaged and Incorporated Communities Land Use Element Amendments, which were an important step in our housing element and also for the environmental justice element. So with the completion of the DUC analysis, we've started doing outreach under the environmental justice element and doing background research on the preparation of that document. We've done a number of responsible agency reviews and LAFCO report backs. Our safety element, we've made progress in preparing draft wildfire-related amendments, which you will see in May, and received a Fire Safe Council grant for evacuation modeling. And are starting work on the climate adaptation plan, which is the follow-on from the vulnerability assessment that the board here, I think it was last year, calendar year. We have started work on the expansion project that the board gave the division last budget year, and that is the modernization of the multifamily and commercial zone districts to facilitate additional housing and the creation of additional ministerial permits. So we've completed the consultant selection, and we have somebody on board, and we've started the outreach and background research on that. With respect to utility scale solar, we prepared and released an RFP. We did not receive any submittals on that, no proposal, so we're going to re-releasing that RFP, and we now think that there are a few consultants out there that are interested in taking that on. And then the zoning ordinance maintenance and amendment packages. So this is working with the clerk of the board to get our codes up on Muni Code. And so we've been making progress there. So the remaining tasks that we have this fiscal year, as I said, we're going to be submitting the housing element to HCD for their 90-day review. And we expect to be back at the board early fall with the adoption of the housing element and the rezones by winter 2024. We expect to be back to the board in fall for the Ag Enterprise Ordinance amendments for their action. We are going to be continue to work with Public Works on their active transportation plan and the amendments that will need to be made to the circulation element as a result of that. We will prepare the draft environmental justice element and initiate environmental review if it's required. And then the safety element, we're going to be presenting in May the wildfire-related amendments. With respect to the expansion project, we're going to continue public outreach and begin drafting those amendments in this next quarter. And lastly, with our zoning ordinance amendment packages, the annual packages we do every year, we're going to be beginning work on the changes that came out of state law last legislative year on accessory dwelling units. We'll be addressing Senate Bill 9 and coming up with ordinance amendment that will help implement that and come up with approved development standards, and then certain changes to the telecommunications section of our code. So these are the things that we factor in when we're looking at developing our recommendations. One is the multi-year projects that we have that are currently in process. The others are state and federal mandates that we receive. The others are implementation programs that come out of our comprehensive plan and our community plan documents. Then we have county-sponsored projects like the Climate Action Plan and the Rec Master Plan and the Active Transportation Plan that we partake in. So we factor that in. The other non-mandated board requests that come directly from the board's direction, and then we use all of those elements to come up with our recommended work program for the next year and then projection for 2 more years beyond that. We currently have 15 FTEs, and our funding comes from general fund, it comes from grants, it comes from a building permit general plan maintenance fee. And then we have some ongoing versus one-time funding that we have to balance, and that's particularly related to grants. And then there are deadlines regarding our grant funds that we have to meet. So staff recommendations. So this table outlines a series of things. This first section is our required services. These are the things that we have to do on an annual basis, including Ag Preserve, Advisory Committee support, responsible agency review, general plan annual report, coordination with SBCAG, et cetera. So it takes, based on our historical analysis, about 2 full-time FTEs to manage that workload. This next category is our business operations. So this includes our budget development, implementation, public information, staff meetings and training, EPRs, general division administration, and then we also now have in here process improvement and strategic plan implementation. And that is important because we have a number of improvements that we want to make that we prepared as part of our strategic plan and we need to allocate some resources towards that. So this number last year was 3 FTEs because our deputy and our supervising planners are what bill to this for the most part. Now it's 4 because we have transferred Alex Tuttle into long-range planning to manage that expansion project. So that's why you see it at 4.2. The 0.2 is for the strategic plan and process improvement implementation. So now this comes to the programs that we're recommending be worked on in the next fiscal year. We have the airport land use compatibility plan on here. This is something we need to do. SBCAG has finally adopted the updates to their plans. We do need to bring our plans and programs and codes into conformance with that, but we are recommending that be delayed because this fiscal year, we are really committing to trying to complete the work that we've been doing, and the housing element has required a lot of resources. And so we are recommending that be delayed and that we allocate resources to the housing element and other programs. Circulation element we have identified for 1.3 FTEs, and that is because there are going to be a number of things that are going to come out of the active transportation plan that need to be worked into our circulation element. And it's been a significant amount of time since that's been updated. The environmental justice element is a mandate from the state that we have to have that adopted when we're amending 2 other elements of our general plan, which we are and have done, and that'll be the housing element and our land use element. Of course, we have the housing element update, which you're all well aware of, and the timelines that we need to meet on that, and so we've allocated 2 FTEs to that. And then the continued work on the safety element update, which accounts for 1.3. So here, those were the mandated items. Here are the non-mandated items and some of the other delayed items that we had from previous years. So we have the Ag Enterprise Ordinance. We want to complete that. We have 0.6 FTEs allocated. So we have the Coastal Resiliency LCPA. This was the item that I pulled in coordination with CEO Miyasato from the Coastal Commission's agenda in order to try and work out some of the issues that we had and the differences between the staff's recommendations and what the board had adopted. We did some initial work with Mr. Ainsworth before he retired. I'm going to be scheduling meetings with Ms. Hucklebridge, I think is her name. She's the new executive director at the Coastal Commission. We want to see whether or not we think there's any movement and whether or not we can make progress on this before we commit to continue work and allocating resources on this. So I have it as a potential delay. If we do not move forward this fiscal year with that, we will add it for our next fiscal year, and we will reallocate those resources to programs that we currently have in this work program so we can get those completed and move on to new programs, unless directed otherwise by the board. We have the Climate Action Plan, comp plan amendments that are, once the board adopts that Climate Action Plan, we will have amendments that will be needed to be made to our comp plan. And then we have the expansion project, which Alex Tuttle is leading, and that's the ministerial permits and the modernization of the residential and commercial zone districts. We have housing bill implementation and state density bonus law ordinance amendments, and these are grant-funded amendments that we'll be making. We are going to be creating objective design standards, or not creating, moving those objective design standards that we adopted for the inland area for coastal and Montecito. And then we will have some work that we're going to be doing with CSD in this division around the rec master plan. The bulk of the work that we are working with CSD is going to be happening in development review. That was the way we had set it up, and CSD is paying for our development review team to process those amendments. Short-term rentals, that is another program that we are recommending a delay on until the next fiscal year, and that's for the coastal zone. Utility scale solar, we're hoping to bring on our consultant and move that along and make as much progress as possible in this coming fiscal year. And then lastly, we have the zoning ordinance amendment packages, which include, as I indicated earlier, ADUs, SB 9, and telecom. Oil and gas is on the list, but I'm not sure that we'll be able to get to that in the next fiscal year, but it is one of the items that the board directed us to work on. This is a hard to read graphic, unfortunately, but you do have it in your packet. This shows the timeframes for each of these programs. What I do want to point out is what looks like yellow on the large screen and blue differentiate between the work that we're doing internally and the work that's happening once we submit an item to the Coastal Commission. So there's not as much work for us involved once it gets submitted to the Coastal Commission. They take quite a bit of time to review the documents. They make recommendations. Then we do some focused work with them on any modifications that they ask for, and then we have to bring things back to the board if the Coastal Commission approves it with modifications. So it's kind of spotty effort of work there. So that just gives you an idea of where we have light blue and white. That's where we have capacity to take on new programs in the next fiscal year, 24-25, and then further out, 25-26. So some of the potential projects that we could add in those additional 2 fiscal years include comprehensive plan amendments like the housing element implementation. So we have in our housing element about 16 or 17 programs that planning and development is going to be responsible for. And once that gets adopted, we can start having a conversation about which ones will be prioritized. But the board, when you review the adoption package, can give us direction on how to prioritize those programs. And of course, we have the safety element that's going to continue on. By 2026, there's a new state law that was passed. We are going to have to update our open space element to address climate change resilience. So that is something we have to factor in the long term. Then there's the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and the related comprehensive plan amendments that will be needed, and the coordination with GSAs. And then we've identified one of the programs on here that the board specifically called out and added to the housing element, and that is a program to incentivize rental housing. So we assumed that that would be a high priority for the board when we move forward for the next 2 fiscal years. Some of the other comprehensive plan amendments, I've already discussed open space, but there are other elements that are quite old and could use updating. And so if the board has interest in moving those forward, it's good for us to get direction from you now so we can start thinking about how we would fit those in. So I'm going to pause there for discussion and questions by the board, and then we can go to the recommended actions.
Questions from the board? Supervisor Capps?
Yeah, thank you, Director Plowman. I wanted to just pause on the utility grade solar. Can you describe the context by which there wasn't any responses and what that means?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So Supervisor Capps, through the chair. So we released a request for proposals earlier this fiscal year, and it was circulated, and we got no response from any consultants. So even though we had done some outreach to consultants that we knew had worked on solar programs for other agencies, the consultant world is quite busy with housing elements, and so that's one of the factors we think led to us having no response. But we've done some additional outreach now, and we know that there are at least 2 or 3 consulting firms that do have an interest, and so we are going to re-release that, and hopefully we'll get a few proposals that we can analyze and compare.
Okay, thank you. And can you just describe a bit about the utility grade solar? What in the county? What is the RFP meant to do once it gets satisfied?
Yeah. And actually, Mr. Clement, I'm going to ask you, since you prepared that RFP, if you could respond to that.
Thank you.
Yeah, Supervisor Capps, through the chair. So the project has, I'd say, 2 main components to it. The first is basically expanding what has been allowed to date, primarily in one area within the Keoma Valley. It's subject to zoning overlay, which was really intended to accommodate one solar project. So to look at broadening the solar ordinance such that it's allowed throughout the county, And as part of that, within the built environment, urban environments, looking at things such as exempting certain types of solar development from zoning permits, still requiring a building or electrical permit, but from zoning permits. And then the second phase involves a particular property along the Gaviota Coast that the county is looking in and is interested in doing some sort of utility scale solar development on it. And that would involve a local coastal program amendment in order to allow that development to occur. So whatever ultimately the county decides on that, that would dictate what goes into it.
Thank you for that.
Sure.
And Mr. Chair, I've been advised that it was re-released last week, the RFP.
Supervisor Harmon.
I read in our staff report about the groundwater sustainability plans. Could you elaborate a little bit more how many there are now currently underway in the county and what that would mean for you to incorporate those into our general plan?
Yeah. Dan, can you? Mr. Clement, it would be helpful. I can't remember how many are underway currently.
Yeah, I don't have that statistic either. You could contact the Public Works Department, they could give that to you, but it's a handful, I
Right.
believe. The only one that's really far along, but still isn't even at the point where we'd have work, is up Cuyama, that area. But everywhere else is kind of, we don't have any immediate work right now.
Right. So I know San Ynez is undergoing theirs, but we know that we have to overhaul our thresholds, our water thresholds and our environmental thresholds manual as part of this process. And so those are woefully out of date and will not be consistent with the updated information.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, this is an overwhelming amount of work, but I believe in the past I've seen wish lists of projects, and I wonder if you maintain that still. It's probably outdated, but 5?
Yeah, 5. 5 DSAs, yes. Thank you, Dan. Oh, so we do have, for instance, we keep a running list of ordinance amendments that have been identified. I know that the 3rd District and I have talked about one that related to art shows, I think, in the San Ynez Valley. And so we do have a running list of programs that we would want to implement through our annual packages. And we try and wrap some of those into each one that are easy to do. And so, yes, we do maintain that.
And so are all of those on the list something that would be part of the annual ordinance update? And how do we prioritize some of those?
So in the past, what happened, I think it was last fiscal year, the board gave us some pretty clear direction on specific changes they wanted to make to the ordinances. And so that's really helpful. So it was cannabis, childcare, telecom, and oil and gas. But if the board collectively has specific amendments that they want us to bring forward, that you want to give us direction on now, then we can start thinking about that as we build for next fiscal year, because right now we already have a fairly full plate with respect to the ordinances that we are going to be taking on.
Well, I've been 6 years now interested in the one on the special events and as it pertains to the art tours. I would be interested in some opportunity to give direction on that. I also wonder if you would talk just a bit about the ongoing work associated with the housing element. I gather that there are a number of programs in the housing element, but I think there are things outside the housing element that may be coming down from the state, like every 2 years monitoring our progress and some of those other things. So I just wondered if you're getting a sense of what that workload would be and whether, I don't think, but I could be wrong, that that's yet reflected in what you're presenting today.
So Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, we are starting to analyze that right now because we have to put specific dates in our housing element programs by when they're going to be completed. And so we have factored some of that in, but it really is going to start hitting not next fiscal year, but the following one, year 2 and year 3 of our work program. So there's quite a number of them. And we also know that there will be programs that the department will be a part of coming out of the Climate Action Plan. So there's a number of things coming down the pike that we need to be considering and factoring in, and we are starting to do that now.
Is there any public comment on this item?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we do have 2 requests to speak for this item. We will begin with Pam Flint Timbo via Zoom.
Good morning, Chair Williams and members of the board. The League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara appreciates the opportunity to provide input on the Planning and Development Department's long-range work program for 2023 to 2026. The League is actively involved in housing issues in the region, and we urge you to prioritize work program items that support solutions to our housing crisis in South County, especially those that address the needs of our lower and moderate income workforce. We support spending the significant resources staff has identified for certification of the housing element update and adoption of the rezones. This work is crucial to provide a platform to address affordable housing needs and is projected to be completed in early 2024. Additional work related to affordable housing is identified in the work program, including housing bill implementation and state bonus density law ordinance amendments and zoning ordinance amendments to address housing, relaxing permitting requirements in certain districts, modernizing commercial zone districts to allow mixed use, and modernize the DR and PRD zone districts to incentivize development for very low and low income categories. In addition to these HEU implementation items, the League urges the board to include the following items in the early years of the work program. 1, identify and enact a permanent steady source of funds for affordable housing. To produce significant amounts of very low, and moderate income housing, our county needs to find a permanent steady source of funds for the Housing Authority and nonprofit developers. This used to exist when the county had a redevelopment. 2, implement Program 12, prioritize county-owned property for lower income housing. The League urges the board to immediately work to assist in the development of several county-owned properties by the County Housing Authority and nonprofit housing developers. 3, implement Program 17, tenant protection and fair housing services. 4, implement Program 18, identify units at risk for conversion to non-affordable units. And 5, implement Program 21 and give local resident and worker preference. We were reminded last week at a League-sponsored housing forum by Reverend Julia Hamilton, that we must keep in mind the bigger picture issues by looking at a multiplicity of approaches, multi-generational, multicultural, and an economically diverse community where everyone can thrive. Thank you.
And our final speaker, Kathleen Rosenthal.
Good morning, Chair Williams and members of the board. My name is Kathleen Rosenthal. I'm representing the Santa Ynez Valley Riders and our coalition Save Santa Barbara Equestrian Trails. My comments are directed to the long-range planning staff's involvement with the Santa Barbara County-wide Recreation Master Plan. I understand now after Ms. Plowman's presentation the obligations of long-range planning. However, I would like to request an explanation of how the oversight is being carried out for this plan. I think it's unusual that development review would have the responsibility of that when this plan is as big as a community plan effort. I wondered if you could speak to me and how the strategy was developed. I want to also explain that the last time at the CRATAC meeting, the County Riding and Hiking Trail Advisory Committee meeting, the consultant for the rec plan noted that there would be several changes proposed to the county's comprehensive plan elements, including the open space elements and several that are listed on Ms. Plowman's PowerPoint on slide 16. Additionally, there's been suggestions about downgrading certain aspects of the master plan, most specifically trails, to ministerial projects, and therefore not a project under CEQA in the county zoning ordinance as part of the rec plan proposals. In January, equestrians and local environmental groups spoke in opposition to this idea, and it's an indicator that there will be quite a bit of public controversy surrounding these changes. Also, unless it's happened recently, the Parks Division has not hired a parks planner to guide the rec plan and the county's consultant adequately, review and address public comments, or review the proposed changes to the county's comprehensive plan and changes that will be required to the zoning ordinance. Our question is, how will the county review the consultant's rec plan proposals and guide development of the EIR? It is our intent to ensure that there's adequate staffing and staff time for public, planning commission, and board comment, a balanced review, and the county's response. We're keeping an eye on this, and we're just curious, and I'm sure it can be explained through Ms. Plowman's comments, exactly who is going to be responsible for that, although it's not been made clear to us at this point. So we would appreciate that, and I thank you today for being able to speak.
Then it's to the board. Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. It's frustrating. It seems like this is, not long-range planning, this is state mandate planning. And unfortunately, this is the entity that moves forward our board's priorities. And, it's each time we have this discussion, I'm frustrated because, there's lots of projects out there that we want to get through. And the discussion we had, in prepping for this was that we weren't going to bring items, today because we already have a full schedule of programs that we have to do, either because the state mandates or already were predisposed. The ag enterprise thing has been something we've been working on since the Gaviota Coast Plan was adopted. And hopefully we'll get to that this year. I'm optimistic, and I'd like to see that through. But it's just, most of these plans make things more complicated. And that's what becomes difficult for us to build housing, streamline processes so that we can get economic investment into our county. And so, I don't know what the solution is at this point. I know we've gone through many processes with consultants and other process improvements. I don't know what kind of culture change we need to go through to somehow move in a different direction or be a little bit more streamlined in the future. It's something that I'm wrestling with, trying to offer a solution, because that's what I like to try to come to the table with. I don't have one yet, but I'm just, and I'm not, this isn't frustration with staff. There's the culture of Santa Barbara County's planning predates all of us, and it's to where we are today. And I don't know how we eventually change that to a place where we can get through projects in a more timely manner, that we can actually bring forth the priorities of this board, that you don't have to be here for 2 terms before you make something that should seem obviously be allowed to do legal. And, I think it really hurts us as a body and as a county for moving forward. And as, Supervisor Lavanino had said, when we kicked off this year, where this whole board, we're united behind pushing back on the status quo. And I don't know yet the solution here with long-range planning. If I had the secret sauce, I'd definitely try to provide it. But it's something that I think we need to continue to be looking at as a board, to get through some of these projects in a more efficient manner. I know that, I don't know if that's looking at other counties that maybe passed light versions of these state mandates. Maybe we in Santa Barbara County, instead of doing maybe the bachelor's level evaluation, we do a doctoral level evaluation on some of these things. And I know, in planning, you guys want to do it as thorough as possible because there's a lot of scrutiny in our county, and that's where I think where some of this comes from. But at the same time, I think this board has been politically bold to be able to push back on some of those that are going to, try to micromanage and second guess all the decisions that you make or that this board makes. And so, again, I don't have a solution to offer today. This is the time when we all five get to be talking publicly about this. And so I just wanted to throw that out there. Not a fan of the oil and gas items, but those aren't going to be talked about this year. So I'm okay with moving forward this year's work plan. And I hope in the future we actually do get a little bit more of a robust discussion about what those are. And if they're not already preempted by state laws, a lot of the requirements that they're hoping to do, I think the state's already taken leadership on, and we may not need to spend time on that and get divisive on that issue. So, but that's not really for this year, because I think that's most likely won't be touched for a year or two to come. So those are my thoughts.
Well, I think that there are more items that are along those sort of, I guess the old term that was politically loaded was process improvements, right? More stuff that make things easier. And I would just want to highlight the need for the follow-up from the housing element to be some kind of rental housing incentive, because if we end up having to rezone some properties as is required by state law, but we need more, the better product would be more of them rentals, because more of them would end up being affordable. And so I think that's one of the things that I think we should consider as part of moving forward. Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, Chair Williams, I just want to piggyback on what you just said, because I wanted to thank the League of Women Voters for sending a letter related to this item and highlighting the need for exactly what you just talked about. Is it's been discussed here before and previous hearings about this a steady source of funds for low-income housing. And I know Supervisor Hartman, we talked about that, and I know we're hoping to hear at some point, in addition to all of the other things the work plan entails, of your Director Plowman and the department's thoughts on where we go from here, because clearly that's the crux, just with the beginning of this meeting and the rent evictions that are happening literally as we speak. So I look forward to that information. Thank you.
Is there a motion?
I got a further comment.
Oh, sure. Oh,
Discussion.
sorry.
It's okay.
I heard a pause and
no, I
went
right
for
back
it.
on. No, this is a good example. We're talking about rental incentives, and I think it means something different to all five of us, and definitely to staff. And so, what I think is a challenging thing is we throw something out like that, but we don't sit here and get to vet it out. We kind of hand it to staff and then ask them to come back with something. I think we need to find ways for us to not, I wouldn't say debate, but discuss what does rental incentives mean? Is it just it might be funds? To me, it's streamlining our process. I think you'll get more housing when we streamline our process and eliminate barriers. And so I think that those programs are, it's a wide array. And I think we need to maybe in the future give clear direction so we all know where we're coming from, so that we're not running staff around when we think, you said rental incentives and you knew that meant an incentive program, like financial incentive program. I thought it meant a streamlining program, and I think that's where hopefully in the future we can bring these items and maybe have a little back and forth, and then get staff moving.
Well, maybe you could put that in a motion. That next year we have a hearing on just that before the work proceeds on it.
So I think it's got part of the housing element update, right? Is that where we're going to have some of those? So in that further discussion on the housing element, that we have some options on some direction that we can give staff on rental incentives. So I think it's more just direction. I don't know if that's part of the motion.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and move staff recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. Moving on to closed session. Please give us a preview of closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. In closed session today, we'll be discussing existing litigation, Conference Legal Counsel, Clay Murray versus County of Santa Barbara, which is a United States District Court case in the Central District, and also inmates of the Santa Barbara County Jail versus the sheriff, which is the Santa Barbara County Superior Court case. And Joyce Dudley versus the County of Santa Barbara, which is also a Santa Barbara Superior Court case. We also have one case of anticipated litigation, significant exposure to civil litigation based on the facts and circumstances listed in the agenda. And the time estimate is about an hour.
Thank you.
All right, I'd like to reconvene this meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. County Council, can we get a report out of closed session, please?
Thank you, members of the board. The board met in closed session on existing litigation, Murray versus County of Santa Barbara, inmates of County of Santa Barbara versus the sheriff, and Joyce Studley versus the County of Santa Barbara. And also one item of anticipated litigation, significant exposure to civil litigation based on the facts and circumstances listed in the agenda, and the board took no reportable action.
All right, thank you very much. So that's going to take us back to item D2. Madam Clerk, can you read that one back in?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the Human Resources Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a compensation and benefits resolution and salary increase for elected department heads.
Okay. Maria Elena.
Yes, thank you. So I think we've identified some language as a second option for the board to decide on. And I can read that for you.
Do we have the ability to put it up on the screen? Okay. Yeah, let's hold on just a second so we can, everybody can see it in the public. You want me to fill some time or? No.
Thank you. Yes. And Erin, if you could scroll to section 7.
No, there's all your whereases. You could. Oh, we're going to fast forward that. I can't look at that.
There it is. So section 7A is what changed. And it now reads, each elected department head in office as of January 2023 shall no longer accrue sick leave. In addition, all future elected department heads will be ineligible to accrue sick leave. We believe that that captures
Okay.
what you.
Supervisor Nelson, does that meet your?
Well, that does meet what I was hoping for, although is this kind of making it retroactive? Because at this point, they've accrued sick leave probably through February and now March. So is that not the case?
So this board action today will be effective April 3rd. So it doesn't take place till then.
Gotcha.
And any balances that the current electeds have, they will retain.
Okay,
It
good.
just stops.
Okay, I misread that. Those are the people that are now coming into office in January 2023. I get it. Okay, I misunderstood that. Yes, that satisfies what I was hoping to accomplish.
All right, do we have any, Madam Counsel?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I did want to just clarify, I was going to clarify what Supervisor Nelson was asking, just to make it clear that any sick leave that has been accrued up to this point until this resolution is effective, the elected department heads would maintain. And one of the issues we were looking at was the government code on salary for elected public office. And there is a statute that says that the salary of an elected public office shall not be reduced during an election year after that candidate for the particular office has filed the forms declaring his or her candidacy. So one of the things that we wanted to check on is just to make sure that none of the elected officials are in an election year.
Good, okay. All right, any questions from board members? We're all good? Okay, I'll take a motion then on this item.
I'll make a motion to adopt staff recommendation with the alterations that were done in the, to the attachment that we now have.
Second.
Second by Hartman. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. And for the record, Supervisor Williams did have to leave to attend another meeting with the San Luis Obispo County Board of Supervisors. That's why he's no longer here. All right, thank you, Maria Elena. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, and with that, we will adjourn this meeting, and we will reconvene April 4th in Santa Barbara. Thank you.